spooky, but thanks for the follow, if you're a real person. Hard to tell anymore. Oh, right. Here we go. Hello, and welcome to the continuation of our great attorney adventure. Had that feeling that I was gonna sneeze, but I didn't. And now it'll just sit there forever. You know the feeling. It tortures you every day. But welcome to the potential finale of this game, or at least of this version of the game. There's still one more game attached to this one, as far as I can tell. But we'll see how that goes. 17th April, 12:41 p.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber. Yeah, Gina, how you holding up? Now let's sit here for a second. Now. Oh, I wonder if the history goes over... Oh, it does. It goes over everything we just did. Good gracious! Order! Good gracious, order! It kind of summarizes the entire court process. Alright, but it came to our attention last time that we clearly identified that when Sholmes was shot, spoiler, Sholmes was shot, that he was actually shot in the hip where he keeps his vials and biles and miles of garbage. And they actually ended up being able to stop the bullet that they were able to stop the bullet, and with that we were able to identify that there were 3 bullets shot in the pawn shop that day. And with that, we've proven that there was a third party and at least a third gun, who we have identified as Benedict Eggs or something. Whatever his name is. What's his name? It's a fake name. Eggert Benedict. I got the version turned around, but good old Eggert Benedict with his fake name. Don't know why we... I still don't really think Windibank could have really been killed by this guy, of all people, but like, honestly, the fact that he was like, oh yeah, that's a real name, that's a real person that I took this coat from, is still ridiculous to me. Hello, Random. Hope you're having a good day. I was just going over the details of our quest, even though, you know, no one's actually here to listen to that. Yeah, okay, hang on. 1 second. What do you mean they don't exist? It's all their name right here. There we go. Guess I typed it wrong. Cutting yourself with a knife? Are you okay? Do I want to know how you did that? I can't really, like, say, wow, what a nerd, because I've cut myself on a piece of ice. Granted, ice is notoriously sharp if frozen in such a way. Anywho, welcome to the adventure. We got Eggert Benedict coming back with his fancy coat and moves. Well, falling on your hand is a little better than falling on your foot. Not only is less gravity taken into account, because gravity is the true villain of every scenario, but, you know, it's better to just have to wrap that up instead of being like, well, I can't walk anymore. But glad you're okay. Be careful around sharp objects. Especially things that are as sharp as your wit. Hey, spoons can be pretty sharp. You never used a bladed spoon? They're not very effective, but they can get the job done. Starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold soldiers now. Guinea! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? Why go all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? What, you saw it? That picture? What picture? Ah, you mean this? The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder? Well, I don't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. Hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court, but also the prosecution's stupid. Surely you got your doubts about me now? You still can't think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Guinea, why do you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Eh? The knife would have targeted your foot, or it would have, like, hit the floor and then fell onto your foot. Or shattered and, like, impaled you with little pieces of the knife. Never test your luck. Knives may be sharp, but they can also be pretty fragile, depending on their quality. Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Sorry, had something in my throat. Alright then. After we done the dinner at your place, right, Iris? Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Oh, yeah, I remember. Well... After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-to-1. To Winterbank's place. I had to know. If Iris' story was there or not? The Hound of the Baskervilles. Yeah. I don't know what it is about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something about it that Sholmes don't like. Something he don't want people reading. That's why he lied to Iris about sticking in lug with Winterbank for safekeeping. At least, that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Winterbank's? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was gonna kick off, did I? I mean, no, but... Honestly, it was a stroke of luck that she went there. Not for Winterbank's sake, but more for the guys who killed him. Otherwise, they would have been identified within, like, a second. I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. Gave the oil lamp account a bit of a wick, and that's when... What do you think you're doing? Nearly died, I did. Next thing I knew, I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like, I don't know what. Also, Windibank's fault for keeping a gun on the counter. Ah, you're the girls here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went for armed robbery. The manuscript. Have you got it here? Don't leave loading papers with you. A story? I beg your pardon? The Hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see if it's here. That's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? Man, he wasn't even remotely scared. Then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. It was there alright. The manuscript. Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Guinea? Anyway, there was a bit of a kick-up about the main Biddle shop. Skulkin brothers arriving at the scene, yeah. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me, is there some burglars convention here that night that I don't know about? I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. Sorry. I better go take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstance. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked out into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining my ears to the dark to hear what was going on, even though the light's clearly on right there. Sounded like they got in a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, you see. Random wire. Well, congrats on your new gift box icon. Thank you for gifting 2 subs for Gum and Academy. I think it must target people who were like most recently here first that don't have a sub. Which is pretty fair, but I can't imagine it would just randomly pick Gum otherwise. No offense, Gum. Or Academy, so they followed pretty recently. I said no offense. There we go. Sound like they got a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out to the storeroom myself when... Bang, bang! Heard a couple of shots go off too, I think. Almost at the same time. Then there was right here on my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Cause you thought whoever shot Mr. Windibank might come for you? Yeah, so I went to go to the old cove's garden. Figured I'd put up a fight at least. When I got a better look at him, I knew. When the bank was a goner. It's sad, he was actually a cool guy. Felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kinda dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. Must be when you passed out, Gina. Yeah. If I hadn't done what I'd done, old Cove might still be alive. You tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I keep telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. And then they, you know, brought in 2 people that told nothing but lies, but it's whatever. It'll be alright, Guinea. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to pull the real culprit through the mill. Alright. That Cove was there in the afternoon. That Eggert Benedict or whatever her name was. Still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Bruno's capable hands. I don't know if I'd call them capable. Now, Guinea. Shh. Don't worry about it. Mr. Naru Odo. Yeah? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on. It was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time. Paying that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. Told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook, you know? Yeah, I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. Actually, twice, but that one didn't have a trial. Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. As strange as it might sound, circumstances of the crime were pretty dang bad. Pretty sure that no one believed it wasn't me who'd done it. Even though, you know, realistically, everyone should have known I didn't do it. Because, man, was there so many points to say, like, no, how could he possibly do it? I mean, the gun that I held didn't even show signs of having been shot. But we're just gonna ignore that part. Oh, Bruno. There's one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and is prepared to defend me. And I swear if he talks to me in this trial, I'll cry. My best friend. He's dead now. Thanks for bringing that up. Ryunsuke. No one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. And even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking. Surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. Even though he's my best friend, but I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. You don't want to do that, so don't follow my example. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Oh, even though I'm a diver, and a no-good liar. You're not like McGild. I know that. Eh? That's right, you're our friend, Guinea. Iris? Know you better than you think. We come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Uh-huh. That's all we really need to know. Unlike McGill, who tried to buy our trust. Exactly. Mr. Naruto, I am... Sniff, sniff. Defending legal trade and legal representative. It's me! Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head back to the courtroom immediately. Yeah, of course, thank you. How convenient. I've been both the defendant and defending lawyer in my time. So I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last, the final chapter, the final battle, the final stream. Wish me luck, Sasato. And I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Be continued. I just hope there's at least one point that he pulls out the sword. There has to be, right? Pulls out the sword and, like, cuts Eggard's head off or something. I said head, but I meant hat. I swear I meant hat. I don't want to be convicted for murder again and it be real. I hereby call this court into order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station, where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. How convenient. I see. Let us turn the attention to Inspector Gregson's Pisces. Priestess? I don't know that word. Of the case heard by the court this morning. Glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yeah, I can only apologize, my lord. Although defense chemical analysis of the blood of the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. That doesn't really make any sense. You kind of let untried methods in here all the time. I mean, look at your jury. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. Very big mistake. My lord, a subpoena witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict, if that is your real name. I expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. And certainly not like this. Yeah, I just had a random thought. I had the thought of like, well, of course you're gonna cross paths with him again. He showed up in this chapter. But in the third chapter or whatever, the one with the accident with the Japanese guy, wasn't there like a clown man that showed up in like a rainbow pink outfit? He was there for like one scene and then we never saw him again. I don't think we ever got his name either. He just showed up on the side of the road in one scene. And then we never saw him again. No, he was not even part of that trial. But I'm wondering if maybe it's this guy. Maybe he's Eggert. They kind of have the same face. But I'm just wondering if that guy will come up again at some point. Why was he even there? Thank you for complying with the court's order at such a short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, which I'm not, it's my pleasure to oblige. Now kindly say your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Not Eggert Benedict? Mr. Crane and I both work at London Central Communications Station. Now perhaps someone would kindly explain what all this is about. You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at the pawnbroker's on Baker Street. I'd never been there. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. To be his Kafka. Yeah, he pretty much was. Hopefully we won't be samurai fighting God, though. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. Respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Not that I care. Gladly, my lord, gladly. My testimony is, I wasn't there. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. Who doesn't? But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place the night of the murder? Huh. I have no intention of admitting such an outrageous accusation. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene, some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by the self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly! Alright, not guilty, this guy's guilty. How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defendant's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good. Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at best. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? I'm sorry, who are you? My apologies, you are... Yep. Yusuke Naruto, defense lawyer, we have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon and Shanti. So... Eh? Hat! I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do it. They didn't animate that. Oh, does he just put the hat down, or... I thought he would, you know, throw it back, but no, okay. Now they're looking right at him. Hold it! Yes, his fake name was Eggert Benedict. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? Huh. No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduces himself as Eggert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in the British court anyway? Your government. Well, needless to say. Yeah, but Van Zeeks isn't young. He's like 40-something, I think. Oh, I can't switch to... I mean, he probably is a vampire, so he's probably like 400-something, but... You know, that doesn't make him young. Hold it! Let's just press everything. Yeah, we met at the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you... Objection. The witness here is to testify about the events that took place that night. That was during that night. Shut up. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. What part of that is inappropriate? Gonna be evasive, is he? In an effort to not give anything away. Could be tricky. Mr. Van Zeeks, that was the same day. Clearly it is related to the matter at hand, though. What I'd give to have a free-form version of this game, but, you know, I guess I would have to go to real court for that. And I don't want to do that. Why would you cast a thing on me? Great. Now I'm on fire. Thanks. Hold it! Where were you around the time of the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour which I would normally retire, certainly. I was not in company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that. Objection! Objection! Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. Only you are required to prove such a thing. For you to appear to be under the gross misapprehension of this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. Only you do when this issue comes up. If your accusation is the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. No, that's not how this works. But whatever, we're just gonna pretend it does. You fulfill the obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. A silent victory wiggle, thanks. Victory wiggle is not a good noise to hear. I'm sorry you had a nightmare, Random. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Shump's chemical analysis has possibly identified the substance as such. But I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? Well, we could have our doctors identify. It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Shump's chemical is able to differentiate different... Spare me the science lesson. Who is the Sholmes character, anyway? Oh, I assume all Londoners would know the name. He's a great, well, a renowned detective. Not a great detective, just renowned. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Excuse me. Excuse me. You have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Wait, what? Me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Can I call you different? Sorry, I've added up here to this. How many times I gotta tell you? Yeah, I know. You're not Big Bruv Skulky. Stealing my house? You can't steal my house. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Eh? Cool, blimey, Governor. You what? Isn't that the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? I can read that, you know. Would you care to share that thought with the court? Eh? Me thoughts? I don't have any of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing. Honest Gov, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waves his arm around that much more, it'll open the wound again, that's all. What wound? Well, he took the boat, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, was worrying for him, and... Oh. Ales bells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? Hear what? I didn't hear anything. This is giving me Von Karma vibes now that he's grabbing his shoulder. But also, was that 2 days ago? 1 second. th of April. Today's the 17th. Was that really 2 days ago? Does that qualify as 2 days ago? It was yesterday, really. Although I guess it was just a little past midnight, so he might be considering that 2 days. Nash might be one of the people who are like, no, if you don't go to bed, it's not the next day. Which, you know, I fully support that. Your comrade's worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly it shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. You know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? Left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain? I would not, actually. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Except that they just like, you know, literally pointed out the wound, but... As soon as it's 5 AM, it's the next day? Wow. Accordingly, I'm not obliged to permit such an invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have nothing to do with Mr. Winterbake's pawnbrokery. My lord, defense would like that last statement to be added to the Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. That's your real name. Bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. Yeah, we already know that's not true. Do we not have that picture? I could have sworn we had that picture. I could have sworn we had the picture with him in it. Never had anything to do with it. You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to finish my study. Objection! No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Excuse me.
Yeah, also, this guy was there. Okay, we just had to press it. Have something to add, Inspector? Come again, Sunshine. You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon. Well, yeah, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at the time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now, Right, I don't remember too clearly. What? But you must! I'm not gonna lie, pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here? Rexy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in the window banks? Yeah, of course. Indeed, the gentleman pictured here bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. A striking... the same person! Exactly, which proves Mr. Graydon was in the shop the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. You just did. I merely entered the shop to pursue the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. Why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all he's gonna say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. Well aware that the less he says, the less chances he has of giving himself away. Complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prize a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yep, they were the key to it after all. Then they had nothing to do with Windibanks. Well, we know that's not true. Has to be now a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know what teeny scrap of information become a valuable weapon. Let's press him on this, because I didn't before. Don't forget, sir, that Mr. Herlock Sholmes is the most famous detective in the world. And the most famous detective in the world tells the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Well, I mean, he kinda, I don't know, I can't think of how to answer that. I once saw the world's most famous swindler thrown in jail. He allegedly told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. But what turned out to be a pack of lies. Ugh. Quite. Now, as you no doubt aware, the Central Communication Station is the heart of this country's information network. My work there is of paramount importance, and you have kept me from it for far long enough already. Meow. The only thing I can think of is the... The only thing I can think of is the disc that he wants so badly. I don't want to lose, though. We're in the Old Bailey? Oh yeah, that's what this courtroom's called, duh. Let me think. The music box disc is the only thing I can really think of. Oh, I forgot to pause my... I forgot to pause the actual stream. No wonder I felt like things were a little off. I guess we'll just go with it, who cares? I still got 5 more points, and if I get wrong, it's whatever. I will always pause chat. I'll put you in emote only. Objection! This is the only thing I can think of. You ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of his murder, in the pawn of Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try and take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I've reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I had never seen that disc before in my life. May have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps? That's right. Surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. Skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered a minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of the skirmish in the form of the smeared blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, show us your hands. You allowed the court to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that bears a small scratch consistent with the smeared blood on this disc. Well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? Order in the court. Well, Mr. Graydon? It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. There's some crime in taking an item you own from out of the pawn. What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that this piece of evidence, my learned friend, has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish, though I'm quite sure it has nothing to do whatsoever with the pawnbroker's murder. The disc. There's a note on the disc saying for Mr. McGill, but that item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, the filthy gutterling, on the day of question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. That's... I hear you correctly, sir. McGill, you say? The famous London philanthropist who's dead? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after the acquitted of distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord, the one and the same. Good lord! Mr. Graydon, are you saying that Mr. McGill and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Though not anymore, on account of him being dead. Thanks for bringing that up. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered in here in my courtroom again. Dorian McGeena told us this disc was placed in the pawn that fateful night 2 months ago. McGill himself gave instructions to deposit to Windibanks. I think Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belonged to him then, isn't it? Oh, in likelihood, he's lying. Duh. He appeared that afternoon in Windibanks in order to get his hands on Mr. McGill's disc for some reason. Counsel, you'll commence your cross-examination, please. Hold it! How does it belong to you? Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, the communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You're certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. And as you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that was your overcoat? Obviously, and in my haste, I clean forgot. The music box disc was in its pocket. And yet there is a note on it that reads, for McGill. I am a collector of rare and unusual music box discs. I first met Mr. McGill at a gentleman's club in the city and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So the disc in question is a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGill hear it. But then you forgot it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because Mr. Gilda threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means if we dig too deeply here, it's gonna expose Gina's perjury. Oh dear, it's complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone at the time being. I mean, it's been 2 months and the guy's dead, so who cares, but whatever. Hold it! Then you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being a mindful danger of when walking in the insubrious areas her kind frequent. Objection. Miss Lestrade didn't know such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl's a regular offender. You came to the pawnbroker that day prepared with all the information you need to identify the defendant you were looking for. That's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGill's disc. Objection. My learned friend is veritable a font of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjuring this way. Is that clear? Yeah, my lord, but it wasn't conjecture. I have a note. Then I'll continue my testimony for what possible use it may be. Alright, one second. Do we still have that? Doesn't seem that we do. Cat. Cat. No, we don't have the note that describes Gina.
Hold it!
Have you ever been to Winamax before? Only once for the purposes of pawning something. But, like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't know at first, of course. Such is the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. Yeah, he can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. We have the coat. Which is how we contradicted him earlier. But stupid Gregson won't give it to us. It was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This is the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has any connection to Mr. McGill.
Is that right?
As evidence.
Excuse me!
Is that right? Something wrong, Inspector? Whoa. See the animation of his chips there? They just disappeared behind his head. Is he the magician? Well, what do you mean? That's remark Mr. Green made his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It doesn't. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGill's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yeah, exactly. You should all know about that. Magnus McGill, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to the public life. Yet he had a dark side too, much like my castle, which is full of shadows. Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. That's not how duties work, but duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. Very well. What's this all about? Like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks here. Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord.
Hold it!
Perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items? Alright, come on, Ryu. No, not at all. Like, are you serious? Place is a bunch of garbage. Did you see the Thinker statue? Who would ever want something like that? A valuer was brought in police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was a common or garden bric-a-brac. Yeah, what does that mean? In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGill's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I wanted to recover the disc, you may recall it was seized by the police that afternoon. There was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. There was nothing of Mr. McGill left in the shop that night? Nothing this man might have been after? I wonder if that's really true. Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritating, assured expression of his crumble. Mr. Guild slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited in Winterbank. Then he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder. He threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket.
No doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. Police were obviously after anything left behind in Mr. McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregg didn't even take the disc into custody that day. But Gracie's been very strange about all this. Must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. Now I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Grayton is lying in his testimony. Blah, blah, blah. I don't remember who this one was for. We definitely have, let's see. No. I wish we just had the coat. Gina, where'd you put the coat? What do I need to present here? I mean, I could be... Could be the ticket itself. And I don't remember who this belonged to at all. Does anyone else remember who this belonged to? This is obviously Windibank's handwriting, but I don't remember who the box belonged to. Maybe it was... Maybe it was Sholmes? Yeah, I have no memory of it. This is the downside of, you know... playing this in spades. Maybe there's something I haven't looked at yet. These two are probably not important anymore. Although... no, probably not. A bullet. Again, the disc is the only thing I can think of because we don't have the coat, which is the issue. Why do we not have the coat? Let's see. There's nothing really in the portfolio that exposes him except the blood, but they're not going to accept the blood because they're a bunch of chumps who can't just accept magically changing blood. There must be something I didn't press. Did I press everything?
Hold it!
Have you ever been to Windibanks before? Purpose of blah, you know, it's the pickpocket taking your ticket, is that correct?
Maybe if I don't talk to Gregson?
Is that right?
Is that right? That's what the inspector said, at least, as he sees my disc. And thanks to the skirmish with the Rastral, I sagged the end of my thumb at the same time. And the disc in question is this disc here. Yes, it is. Scotland Yard have indeed been gathering items believed to be the property of Mr. McGill, presumably to aid their investigations. Not something I would be aware of. I really don't know the man very well anyway. After all, I'm merely a communications officer with a penchant for music boxes. And a flamboyant poses. Well, that didn't seem to open anything. Oops, I didn't update it. This line, anything left behind, blah blah blah. Great reason for that, blah blah blah. I guess we'll just go with the tick. Well, dang it. I didn't even press L. I dropped the controller. And it, like, hit my leg and hit... Didn't even hit L, it hit ZL, but those are the same button, apparently. Yeah, Iris, you're very cute. I wish I could remember who this ticket belongs to, but... Owned by the victim, Mr. Windibank, in the form of some handwritten notes in the back of a photograph. It's the same signature, but I think that's because of him, right? Wait, is the code word the same? Do they even have a code word? We don't know, that's in his book.
Objection!
I don't know, let's go with it. The music stops, so I assume that works. This disc was deposited with Windibanks on Magnus McGill's instructions. You knew that. You went there in the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Objection! Conjecture again, and in any case the disc was taken to custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night. Objection. Sorry, my learned friend, that's not true. What? Mr. McGill had another article in Pawn the Windibanks. Okay, I thought so. I had the thought that it was Windibank's thing that he... Or not Windibank's thing, it was Mr. McGill's thing that he left at Windibank's. But I was not certain. I couldn't remember what the relevance of the box was. At this, second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Ah. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGill in the Windibank's pawnbrokery. The reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some sort of trinket box? I believe there are acquainted grounds on which you suspect you did.
This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. Witness makes a solid argument. That means that for some reason, this great fellow needed the small box that very night, does it? It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Would you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks? Like, seriously, man. We don't talk in code here. I do hate to ruin my learned friend argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious! Inspector, show the photographic prints to court, if you please. Yes, sir. Whatever. These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained using this plan of the shop layout. The victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windibank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on the ticket, Mr. Gill's small box has been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident, 9 PM on the 13th of April to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves for forfeited items in the shop front. What I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's 11 PM, 15th of April. In case you were curious. The victim certainly had a full shop, it would seem. Alright. Before they show us something else. Which box do you think it is? That very elaborate box in the bottom right seems like the most obvious. And then, of course, there's our great horse statue in the front. Then there's the Thinker, which will probably be a murder weapon in the next game. But I'm going to assume it's probably one of the boxes in the top left. Something so small you wouldn't really notice it being gone. Then we have here another print. Well, taken 2 hours after the incident. It's hard for me to compare and contrast. Without them being side by side, which is how this is going to go, of course. I don't see any major differences, but there has to be something there. I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare. Why does that remind me of something? Oh, I must say, placing them side by side leaves me cold. Okay, now we can look at them side by side. No, I'll be honest, I don't see it. Don't see any major differences, and I'm sure once we do the thing, they'll be so obvious. But I don't see any small box especially missing at first glance. Yeah, we're gonna have to use the stupid thing. Of course. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we consider theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility of something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. You know, in addition. You may have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector. I mean... Yes, sir. Counted every single item on each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question, and my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than hopeful fantasy. Ag! Oh, true. He probably did take what was out of the box. And of course they didn't just go through and open the stupid box. Could have just certainly stolen Mr. Guild pawn box. Stop your stupid victory wiggle. Might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Bruno? I've been thinking. What if these two photographs really are exactly the same? Is there one that's been slightly moved? The one at the very top sticks out the most to me. They aren't? You found it? Oh no. Do I need to put on glasses? There's definitely something different, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Or my eyes. What? So, counsel, in light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? Seems the fact that I in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. You accept the prosecution's assertion? Yeah, I don't know. Oh yeah, you're right. The one I pointed out from the very beginning. Now, do I use a piece of evidence or point out discrepancy? But yeah, the one that sticks out to me like right away. I guess we have to use the stupid camera though. Before I get my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? You need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify the discrepancy. You don't mean... I do. Not entirely sure I follow. What piece of evidence do you intend to help you identify a discrepancy between the two prints? Stupid camera.
Take that!
Take that! I'd like to use this device, my lord, to view the prints stereoscopically. Ooh! Yeah, you've caught the bug at last. You can't resist it, can you? You got a cross-eye compulsion. Juror number 3, what a surprise. Yeah, I figured he'd say something. Come on, Runo. Let's put the pictures in place and see what wonderful contraption shows us. There we go. Look through the eyepiece. Yep. Just very clearly right there. Yeah, that box stuck out the most to me right away, but obviously it was still there. Wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between the two prints. What? You must identify a location in question for the court, counsel. You can just look yourself. I mean, it's glowing, man. Indicates the precise location of the discrepancy which you speak. It's glowing! Do I really need to do this one? Alright, whatever. Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? Yeah, maybe you should hire more cops. You view the pictures stereoscopically. Ta-da! It's also a very fancy looking box. It's like, obviously that's McGuild's box. Single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. There we go. Let me wait. Unbelievable! Is that how you use that? The pictures go like on top? Why does it open up then? I never had one of these, so I have no idea. I know stereoscopy was a thing, but this is a pretty dated version of it, I assume. By Jove, you're right! Also a good pace. How extraordinary! What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGill's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGill is, in fact? Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints. Objection! Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, Miss Gill's box wasn't stolen then. Doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? Changes everything. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? Crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what that might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves of Windbanks as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some little blocks belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. That's for me to decide. Court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Take the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. It's always nice when the prosecutor gets yelled at by the judge. Like, what? No, that's stupid. The court will forgive me for drinking my tears out of my hollowed chalice. Have a report within the half hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning, that this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGill from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly! No? It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. Where did I get this glass? If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGill perished 2 months ago, immediately after conclusion of this trial. The trial which he was found not guilty, by the Nipponese guy over there. The trial in which it was established he was an upstanding member of society, his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. Articles of the upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of his pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. Yeah, the disc... No, that doesn't make rather... What? What part of that makes sense? None of it was gold or jewels, was it? Though goodness knows Mr. McGill's rich enough. Can't suppose such pawnbrokery, I'm certain of that. Why are you talking to him? Why is she talking to him? I know she just needed someone to talk to, but he wasn't even looking at her. Maybe she was talking to the rat. Or the mouse. The mouse was clearly paying attention. I can't wait for the mouse to jump down and be like, objection! Oh! Objection! You're all a bunch of idiots! It was me, the mouse! Prosecution arguments undeniably compelling. It's incumbent to a defense to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, are your arguments in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, the fact that the cops want to hide it, yeah. What's the matter, Bruno? We know they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yeah, of course. You and I both know that. We know Miss Gill's true character. We know the disc's significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to court at this point... We'll have to acknowledge that Miss Guild's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense argument was flawed, based on false information. It doesn't matter. He already laid down the mallet. It doesn't matter if he says, oh, well, that was all lies. Like, he already gave the okay. So, it's not like they can take away your badge. Oh no! That would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury, which also doesn't matter, because the thing is already, done. But Guinea, to be the Van Zeek's nose? Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? No, he's kind of too stupid to do that. No offense if you really like this character, but he's kind of dumb. I definitely prefer Edgeworth. But maybe this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry? What do you mean, Iris? Well, what does he always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Alright, the exact significance of things McGill deposited Mr. Winterbank is something that only Gina could explain to the court. But if I put her on stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. How? What's the right thing to do here? Have her testify, who cares? My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGill's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited in Winterbanks by Mr. McGill, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It'll prove the significance of the articles in question, and once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you consider the implication of the testimony you're proposing? In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Zeeks, do you care to explain that last remark? What the? Oh man, huh. Well, unrelated to everything going on here, I looked behind myself and I think I need to move this chair that I'm in. There's just a huge scratch mark on the wall from where I've been turning it. I thought I felt it hitting something, but I didn't think it was scratching it. The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well. I have no objection. So, the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Witnesses currently in the stand may step down further noticed. Very well. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright, so we're gonna take the Skulkin brothers to the side. Alright, Gina, it's time. No, this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. Getting that faith. Articles of Mr. McGill deposited in Winterbank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Testimony helped establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGill. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Now let me recap the events of 2 months ago. Old Brickmaker was stabbed to death in the omnibus running along London's winter streets. Is that really winter? I guess it's February. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGill. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. that the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body belonging to the drop through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Mr. Straight whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Mr. Straight was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGill died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. We're just gonna ignore that part.
A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. Weird. It is indeed the omnibus murder itself.
Be that as it may, I recall neither this nor this small box being mentioned in the course of these proceedings.
Mr. Straight? What is it?
Would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago? I mean...
I don't know what you mean. I already said what I know.
And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Mr. Strayed. This is extremely important.
But... Remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information from the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury.
Stop trying to stab people, Random.
And naturally, you lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face the facts, you have little credibility to lose.
Let's also face the facts that literally everyone you've had testify today has less credibility.
Kenny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Bruno now.
Iris, we're on your side.
Alright then, I'll talk.
The right choice, Gina.
Well, it would seem my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it.
I must confess I'm struggling to understand what on earth's happening here. However, it appeared that Mr. McGill's pawned articles in that extraordinary case of Omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Mr. Strayed, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth now, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. And most of the people that have talked in here. This is it then. Everything is going to come out. Like Van Zeek says. This could bring a whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk.
Truth is, that Brickmaker Cove was the cab in the old omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and that pair of the roof deck went to call the slops. That's when Mr. McGill slipped the driver some tin to do with the run of the pawnbroker roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to one about what I'd seen or heard.
Good grief, this is outrageous. What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago.
As you say, my lord.
Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in Mr. McGill's trial. Sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up his most wicked of schemes.
Without a doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial of his witness and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
To be fair, I had no idea what was happening.
I don't believe it. Whole trial was a farce? It was all lies? That Miss Guildfell was rotten to the core, just like that pickpocket. Don't forget that life in the East. They were all in it together.
You're wrong, you lot of you. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer here, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug.
I don't think so. Are you really expected to believe that?
He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation. Get the man off scot-free. I literally arrived that day.
Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop.
Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, imperative the court allows this witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of Miss Guild's pawned articles must be brought to light.
Very well, my learned student friend.
I'm a student?
Given the depths of calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing.
Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. And mostly your fault. What? Nothing. Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, that's me. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Although it's really not up to you. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. I feel like none of these people get that this is their fault. I arrived that day.
Hold it!
Press this one. Is the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon this probably was. I was right next to the cove lying on the floor. Would this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know. Mr. Gill picked it up pretty smartish. Then he said the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I've seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. He was the way he was looking at me, I thought. If I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me loads of questions. About what my name was and where I lived and all that. He asked me about being a diver too. Yeah, be a lawyer the day they arrive, and also maybe not allow a man to be acquitted when there was clear tampering with evidence. Like, that day? And, like, they had proof. But, yeah, it's whatever. After a while, what happened to the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise.
Hold it!
Called the slops? There were two gentlemen occupying the seats of the roof deck, I believe. That's right. You can die in this? Yes. I mean, kind of. Oh, wait. Also, it should be at 3. Did I hit minus on accident? Every time you get something wrong, you see in the top right, well, not right now, but in the top right, there are little bullet holes that show up. Every time you get something completely wrong in critical moments, you will take a hit. And if you run out of those in one case, you lose. And you get a game over. Like, as soon as you make like 5 or 6 mistakes, the judge is like, you clearly are insane, get out of my court. Even if it's proven that, you know, your defendant is completely innocent at that point, if you get something wrong, the judge will be like, well, you're crazy. I guess your defendant must also be crazy and guilty. So that's why there's a death counter. Because I've made 3 mistakes. The first one was actually in the first trial with the lady. Because she drank poison, but didn't take any damage. I was like, well, obviously the glass was poisoned. The second one, I don't even remember what the second one was. It was something stupid. And the third one was just the other day. I also don't remember what that one was. Small mistakes that go a long way. That's right. They must have looked like down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled out the horses and Mr. Guild got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to a halt, the 2 coves from the roof ran to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. Bailiff, please release that one hat maker guy from the police station. He's been there for 2 months. Hello, Mr. McGill. The driver and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. Heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. Hello, one by the name of Beppo, if my memory serves. He was fired. What did McGill and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened. Stuff like that, mainly.
Hold it!
That pawn shop's obviously been Winterbanks on Baker Street. Just a moment, Counsel. Do you mean to tell me the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbroker slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks. McGill took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful like before I handed it over. When he saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat ain't what's in... That coat and what's in it gonna be worth a few bob. Yeah, Gina was sure the disc must be worth it more than Mr. Winterbank was suggesting, wasn't she? Remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon in the pawnbrokery. Driver looked pretty happy when Mr. McGill flashed him some brass in his face. He went over, running off after a lick. Then the bog trotter called me and told me to come out from the Jag's cabin.
Hold it!
Threaten you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarp if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. There's one other thing he said. Which was... He told me I had to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
A ticket? Well, I never!
Said if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in the lug. Stop it from being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
What really? Why on earth would Mr. McGill have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat to that pawnbroker before the arrival of the police makes no sense at all.
There'd seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. But Mr. Guild had the driver deposit Winterbanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. Can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. She's really put her faith in you, Runo. Yeah, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once the trial's over. So, you know, I'll pay for that. Wait, do I even get paid? Use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. Time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time and not been yelled at for it? Yeah, that is strange. Looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. Not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. Wonder if there's anything I can do about it.
Hold it!
You were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Mr. Strayed? If I remember rightly, the storage compartment underneath the seats? Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all.
Now your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain you claimed Mr. McGill was the sole passenger, did you not?
False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me to say. It's important that you tell us the truth now. Where are Mr. McGill and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well. But if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
That's business dealing of some kind.
Well, anyway, they got louder and louder and started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone kneeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Yeah, that's what gave me away. I think I pressed her on everything, didn't I? Did I miss one? I'm so sorry, I got pinged by something.
Hold it!
Maybe I have to, like, keep an eye on them. Because it's not gonna tell me, like, oh, hey, there's a thing over here.
Does it belong to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know. Mr. Guild picked it up pretty smartish. Hmm.
Let me see you that time.
Told me not to say a word about see what I heard, no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go wrong with it, stick me with that knife too. What my name was, what I lived. He asked me about being a diver too. Hang on, I'm being pinged again. What? Oh, okay, I see.
Hold it!
Yeah, that's right. They don't seem to be reacting to anything. Do I just yell at them?
Excuse me!
Oh.
Something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Ah! Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack? Been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion all about? Discussion? What's with this fella? Pull the other one, Sunshine. Think I ain't anything to talk about with a shady gent like this?
I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine.
They clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's kind of a crime that, like, no one else is pointing this out. It's as if they've been negotiating.
Now, the problem with Gregson is, like, he doesn't really care for justice. He's just all about the money.
Thank you, Mr. Strait. Thank you, Counsel. I've had enough.
Oh, I guess that was it.
I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired in the omnibus.
I thought we'd have to, like, press her again and they would finally respond. It would appear in the night 2 months ago the negotiation was taking place in the omnibus, much like the one in this very courtroom, that we ignored. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over the price, Miss Guild took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life.
Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as of yet.
And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGill's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Mr. Strait, appeared Mr. McGill was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Did you know why that would be? Eh? I ain't got a clue. I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. Can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking it ain't no crime. My lord! The evidence your lordship requests has been located. Is ready for the court's inspection, sir. The bailiffs are the most reliable people here. Like, I don't even think that was 30 minutes. In-game time, at least. Alright, taking care of things.
Serious little box deposited Mr. McGill 2 months ago. No doubt in my mind, it's a key piece of this far-reaching puzzle. To be continued. We're gonna open Mr. McGill's box. Pandora's box. Oh, right, I had to press beep. I was like, in the game. Continue. Oh. What? What is this box? It's not even a square. Small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGill 2 months ago. On the night of Mr. Windibank's murder. The only item from the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open and see what's inside. Ah, it's the thing that plays the music disc. Good gracious, no ordinary box it seems. Wow, although in truth I had an inkling it might be the case. It would appear the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGill's disc, deposited at Windibank's at the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not Mr. McGill's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGill? Excuse me. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music disc on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. At the court now and listen to this curious disc at last. Wait, my lord! Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? Music box and the disc are, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere of the courtroom with some silly bit of music. Objection. This disc may very well motivate the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly there's every chance it's fundamentally important to the understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, that piece of evidence is police property. Clearly Scotland Yard has no vested interest here, but it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. Hello, Mimikyu. I will have you know that his name is not Egbert Benedict, as we were led to believe. His name is, in fact, Ashley Graydon. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction to prevent that from happening. Ah! No further delays, please. Play the disc. Someone gonna just shoot it? Didn't we play it on the other... Oh, wait, no. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in a regular sequence. It's clearly the telegram thing. We have a girl who's on the jury who probably knows exactly what that's saying. This is really priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on. Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it?
Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It's a clue. No doubt. It's just this. I believe this could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord, but how could that be? It's an abomination, Council, mere noise. I fail to see how it could have any meaning whatsoever.
That sounds strange, I agree. There's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. As if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. That's making him appear extremely on edge.
If that's the sense of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this.
Oh, yeah?
Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case?
The defense believe that the sound emanating from this music box is...
It's not music.
Just because this is a music box doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. Smile vanished from Graydon's lip as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley.
Objection! He does not exist. Sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, tell us what they are. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument.
You know, you could work with me on this. We're supposed to find the truth, not fight each other.
Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness.
They've got me. I don't know what the answer is, yet.
Bruno,
I've just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all.
Really? Also, how'd you get your hands on it? You didn't move.
Really, the way it's been made, it can only be reduced a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris.
I already know what the answer is. Darn this game.
Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, must mean the sounds producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this music box makes. Yeah, same here. It's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing.
We're going to have to press the defense for an answer. Your assertion that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all. Then what the devil is it, Counsel?
All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, all pointing to a single answer now.
The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation.
Alright then. Could be the best chance I've got if I'm gonna fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's gonna join all the dots together. Evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of the music box disc is...
Here's the hard part. I guess it would be the paper, right? That's the only thing I could think of, is the paper. You know, just in case. Actually, let me look at the other things real quick. Do I have anything that points out the... I can't switch to people, so... Yeah, let's go to paper. Here's the paper.
Today's paper, Counsel. Headline is Pawnbrokers, Parishes, and Pick-Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your case.
No, my lord, I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page.
Further down? No one ever reads the bottom half. Ministry mole? Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand.
I have heard that international transmissions along supposed secured lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries.
And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams?
Of course.
Juror number 5, your input, please.
Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever's the matter?
You told the court before you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not?
Yes, that is correct.
In a particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports.
Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station after all. Our work is extremely important.
Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound?
You don't mean to say, is it?
That's right, madam. Bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse Code.
But I don't believe it.
Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer.
Are you suggesting the music box disc contains stolen government secret in Morse code?
Random side note, when we just saw the whole room, does Van Zeeks ever show legs? Like, does he have a lower half of his body? I mean, obviously he has legs. He puts them on the table sometimes, but...
Everyone order! But this is high treason, Council! Deserving of capital punishment!
Too much new vocabulary. What is treason? What is capital punishment? Oh, it is death. I got it.
Sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus.
But in the end, McGill perished, and all important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery.
My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would be an act of high treason, punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it, and in order to do that, he would have had to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGill would have incriminated him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon?
You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous.
So in response to the defense accusation, you claim to complete innocence, do you?
Well, of course I do. I'll die otherwise.
Had to stand here in silence what pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Objection, then by all means, counter the charges, sir.
What?
The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. That is not your name, nor it is mine.
The witnesses remind the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Winterbank. That being the most litigious offense for which the law of this land sanctions capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less a serious crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon.
He already claimed the disc was his, though.
Hold it!
Oh, it's these two. You gotta let us have a rabbit in the pork here, Governor. We got things to say.
I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are?
Name's Dash Scolton. Occupation is professional baddie.
Name's Ringo Scolton. We ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland.
That's right. We're what they call the Scree Skulkin Brothers. I told you I have nothing to do with you. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. What is happening here? A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal a confidential government information. You are clearly not a mere one. You are dressed to the line. Besides, sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with Miss Guild anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we did is done break into the gallery the other night, like what he told us to. If we know there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Well, Mr. will do, Governor. What's up? These two do grow on you, don't they? I take it you now admit to the crime. Denying the question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. We did, Gov, we did. He's not standing on the box. His feet were clearly off that box. Quieten down, please. What do you say to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us all mixed up in this monkey business. You never said enough about government secrets. It's supposed to be a straight-up job. What about this guy who was at the shop, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Nice to know you and your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it to the court record as evidence. Hooray! Time to look at it. I swear, it's gonna have his name on the bottom of it or something.
Oh,
What is it, Bruno?
I've just noticed something about this music box. Looks like the bottom of it opens up as well.
You're right. Come on then, what are you waiting for? Let's open it.
Here it goes.
Look at that, there's another movement on the underside.
So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side?
Yeah, I think so. It looks like the two movements are linked together.
They're linked?
So if you had 2 discs, they would both play back at the same time. Interesting. But we don't have 2 Wait. We do have 2 discs. I mean, we don't at the moment, but Sholmes has another disc, right? He's got his caramel disc. Also, what a stupid box. So Sholmes is probably going to show up with his caramel disc, right? And that'll play the full code.
Hold it! This newspaper headline is accurate. The government communications are being intercepted.
How could I possibly know?
What do you mean by that?
Seriously, man, come on. Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists.
Yeah, that's you.
General members of staff of the station where I work would never be entrusted with such sensitive information. Oh no, stop! Must say something, stop!
Let me guess. Journal number 5.
We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by this ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader.
That's fascinating.
Graydon is a highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idols, stop. You have access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon.
Well, what of it?
Transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. In any case, all messages are sent in ciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications teams. He assists them in ensuring there is no errors in important international communications. I'm now the most important character in this entire stand. And he's received top prize at Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now.
That's fascinating.
Grayson is a highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of idols, stop. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you keep your mouth shut.
You should really pick your idols more carefully.
I tell you, your lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. Look at how
how obviously secure I am in my presence.
If they're not Morse code, then what are they? They're not?
To annoy anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent to anyone listening to that music box for even a few seconds.
Of course, of course.
Surely it cannot be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code.
Why wouldn't I be? I literally just got here. Ouch.
Looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. He'd be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir.
Lesson here in court?
Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct nodes.
Tones, you say?
A short dot and a long dash. By combining these noises in different ways, you construct letters.
I see.
For example, this is A. This is B. And using the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you?
It sounds so similar. The rhythm is the same as everything.
But there's no discriminant meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. Of course they don't know Morse code today. It's broken and, you know, very old. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in the future.
Stop. Nothing to say but stop.
Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it, Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely.
Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box to somehow play back Morse code?
Give it a try.
Still very possibility the music box was instrumental in leaking government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument infinitum? It's already been established that Morse code and two tones are required, dots and dashes.
Yeah, I'm well aware of that.
Then what?
Well, it would appear the defense is a hypothesis to put forward. We'd better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages in Morse code?
Well, let's open this thing.
Oh!
I don't even know SOS. We never learned Morse code.
Does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side?
Yeah, I think so. It looks like there's two movements that are linked together.
They're linked?
So if you had two discs, they would both play back at the same time.
Who'd have thought there would be a second movement on the other side of the box?
This movement like the other one, the comb's teeth are all the same length.
This movement only produces a single tone, like the other one?
Yes, it must do. Except that the length of the teeth of the two combs isn't the same. The single tone produced by this movement would be different than the single tone we've already heard.
What?
Basically, each movement can only produce a single note.
But the notes they produce are different. Music box that can only play two notes.
Can we, like, take this disc?
Yeah, the 4 McGill disc sits in the music box and main deposit window bank. Can't be more than a perfect fit.
No question, this disc was designed to be played in this music box.
Yet despite that, it produces neither musical nor they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense.
I wonder, perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Perhaps we haven't discovered all its secrets yet.
Got it!
I'm a bit busy at the moment, Flora, so I'll have to refuse. There are other mods than me, you know. But, you know, I'll just do this real quick.
There. Yeah, I know. I muted those two. What's kind of rude? I'm sorry I was kind of rude, Random.
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the other side of the music box? What? Here's my lord that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you could put two discs in this music box, and the sounds both play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message.
This is beyond a joke.
I'm sorry?
This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well?
I can't at the moment. Once the game tells me I can, though.
And may I remind the court that, as the witnesses pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGill 2 months ago, striking a deal with the other disc or discs.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Exactly! I had nothing whatsoever to do with it.
But you claimed the disc was yours, so...
Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. Leave the cross-examination continue.
Must be there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet.
Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Runo.
Reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon.
If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. I wonder if the brothers actually... Well, I'll just press everything. That's usually the safest thing to do.
Two months ago in the omnibus, McGill killed the brickmaker and stole the disc.
Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his names. Seems he lived as an arson quarter some years ago, but people there still remember little about him.
Doesn't make much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information?
How indeed?
Must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes of all this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to take it to the meeting with Mr. McGill to negotiate a deal.
Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that.
I don't know about that. I mean, you're not even wearing a hat. Old brickmaker from Arson Quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together.
Nothing more to add on that note. Let us return to the witness testimony. Oh yeah, I still can't present people, can I? No, we're not throwing people at the judge. That would be rude.
Like Mr. Grayson told you to do, you mean?
That's it. Yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me though thought we were just popping over that after all them years, but the rotten had a dodgy job for us. Yeah, Ash.
Let me stop you there, Mrs. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? You mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
He was. One of the sociable kind of baddies, you know. Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Excuse me.
Old China?
Something wrong, Mr. Skulkin?
Eh?
No, the other Mr. Skulkin. I should really just refer to you by name.
What? Who, me?
When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. Used to have a right old laugh together back when. Together, Mr. Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash, I mean. Look at him now with his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. When he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us. Is that so? Well, he was always the leery one. He had the brains, and the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like you never gone through in our heads. Oh, blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milvin Skulkin' Milk Run? That was a corker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom, and also I have no idea what half the things you say mean. Who is Adam and who is Eve? And neither does your fruit. Boy, this geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we done nothing wrong. I'm not a geezer, though. Actually, you know what? Real quick. People... Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm younger than you. I don't have a court record of myself for some reason. Nevertheless, the court's not prepared to accompany you in your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know, could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Yes, always add to the testimony. My lord? Yes, counsel? Brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I'll permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. Skulkin' brothers never skulkin'. A skulkin's never sulkin'.
Hold it!
Yeah, I'm sure I'm gonna regret asking, but... what exactly was that? Some kind of business? It's a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. Bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. Suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business name? Business was just a bit of fun, you say? It was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved? Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Gun, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought that was clever clogs like you would work that one out. That is... Hold it. Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel?
Objection.
I don't... Objection, shut up. I wish I could just say that. Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that was the only that mentioned the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... That's his name. You know what the happiness homes that we came from? Yeah. I don't like the... Did you see that? The pear he took a bite out of just regenerated. They didn't even bother having a wounded pear sprite. Ugh. He took a bite out of it and then it just miraculously healed. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him, took the name Graydon then, see? Now it's gone. That shall all be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. You really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, hmm? You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Ugh. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Soka's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then? Is that correct? Ugh. Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. Information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important.
And I assume that what's-his-face's name... All of a sudden, we seem to be up in our necks in serious matter of national security. All this talk about Inception's secret government message is still conjecture at this stage. It's not. Conjecture doesn't have evidence. We have evidence. We have... Yep, there it is. Mason Milverton. That was his dad. Explain a number of things though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Guinea overheard the omnibus 2 months ago and the break of the window banks. Trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus, it was Mr. McGill. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. It's not. It has not been watertight this entire time. Wonder if the key to us making headway is the cross-examination here. Could be in those two brothers. What's this about, eh? See, now they don't regenerate. It was just that one scene. I don't know if I have to press him or present it. I assume present it. Now the humble brickmaker, blah blah blah. Dear me. Okay, we had to present it. Yeah, the pair had a bite before, but it didn't regenerate.
Objection!
Oh, I wonder if he'll pull out the book. That'd be really cool. Pulled out Sasato's book and started flipping through it. Mr. Ashley Mivelton, tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. Truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. Oh. He just pulled out the papers again. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. As we well know, the victim, the man who we now understand have been negotiating with Mr. McGill. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say, saints alive? No, he's dead. Mr. Ashley Milverton. It's not the case that the brickmaker Mr. Mason Milverton was your father. I don't, As I believed I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Truth is, you've been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information. And selling it to McGill in collaboration with your father. New facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? You collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGill. By the dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent by the secret government communications and selling it on to McGill. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode information. As presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. Very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credits whatsoever. But the deal with McGill went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yeah, but before he was arrested, Miss McGill managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at a pawnbroker. Then, having learned the situation, you appeared at Windibank's 2 days ago. In an attempt to recover the articles McGill had placed in pawn there. but that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. That same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. Can you really... Does that make it a pawnbrokery ×2 if it was broken into? These are not important matters. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside this music box? Eh? Well, we never knew nothing about that. Yeah, I would convict these two with, breaking and entering, but they didn't murder the guy at least. The intruder of the pawnbroker touched one item and one item alone, the music box. We don't have fingerprint stuff yet. Rather ingeniously demonstrated using tool prints from the security camera, indeed. So the question naturally begs answering is this. Why was that only one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, or Milverton, do you deny all this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir, there appears to be a blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. Bang, went the Windibank. Pop, went your arm. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound in your arm you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? Yep, ever since he started grabbing his shoulder, it's just been giving Von Karma vibes the whole time. He's got you now, old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Shut up, you two. Don't acknowledge my presence under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common some slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. That cane's not even touching the floor. But that is all, I admit nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGild. Stop dancing, you're gonna open your wound. As God is my witness, I recall nothing of the sort. God's not in this courtroom. Not right now, at least. Not gonna go down without a fight, not until I can show this hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is... well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. Bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon in the arm. Indeed, it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could have possibly shot Mr. Windibank that night is you! Oh. You little upstart. You made a great mistake when you summoned me here. What? I summoned you here? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I had built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you ever consider the possibility What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? Possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, that makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. We already have testimony that proves anything you say is a lie, so... What? Are you suggesting? I saw it all. I at the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at the poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. You... Judge, could we please just arrest this guy? He's clearly stupid. I can't believe we're gonna humor this. This one makes no sense.
Seem we're finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial.
Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully.
Let's ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You explain to the court precisely what you saw the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure. But like the Skulkin brothers they already said that he shot the guy. It doesn't matter what he says now. We have their testimony. Ugh. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I stood near the entrance of the shop. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shot himself into the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Good gracious! This is quite an extraordinary testimony that's full of so many holes! You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger?
Where did the third gun come from?
Order!
Wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is my intention to be found guilty of murder I didn't commit. But you're okay with being found accused of breaking and entering? So you see, my hands have been forced. I tell the truth now in an act of self-preservation. The truth? Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details.
Yeah, well, sorry about that.
Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood showered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time.
Really? Bring in the coat. The coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood. That would be conclusive evidence here.
Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord.
What?
We have the coat. Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray to the world of chemistry.
Nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound.
I don't know if I'd go that far, but... ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as a basis of evidence. Why would you accept that but not accept the color coding? Scotland Yard is a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. Kaboom. We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. Doesn't look good, Bruno. Why not? Well, we know, don't we? There's blood all over the front of the Guinea's coat. If they test with the chemicals...
Oh, help, you're right.
I was forgetting what happened yesterday. If they... I'm gonna shoot! Boom. But we already proved that that's not his blood. It's Purple blood. I guess they don't care about that. But that's not Mr. Windibank's blood. That's the same from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by Mr. McGill, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zeek's make it so it wants. Very well. While we await results, defense may proceed with a cross-examination. Fine. Once they find that blood in the overcoat, Gino will be... Counsel! Oh, yeah, okay. Cross-examination. Cross-examine this doesn't go well. If I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. But... You can't just... Hate this game. You know, when Spy gets to this part... Because Spy has also been playing it over at the TFS streams, but when Spy gets to this part, he's probably gonna scream.
Hold it!
It's like there are so many things wrong right now. Mr. Windibank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were skewering the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew with them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. Yeah, I've been so scared of him all my life. Eh, we're just your regular mild band of burglars. That's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. And hello, Sanosuke. Hope you're having a good day. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me a little bruv, but then the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled out me gun, the old fella. That soon made him sharper. Have you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together? Shame on you! Sorry, Gov. When Windibank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor on the counter as the 3 men were brawling. Exactly that moment that had happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. The bullet went on to strike the calendar on the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as though I couldn't explain what happened to the doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal, which means the bullet's still in my arm. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windibank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When he pulled a me gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way. Then he scrapped through that door out the back. At which point what did you do? I pursued the man before he shut himself in the storeroom. Seen through the peephole through the door, though.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Surprisingly, the storeroom door has a solid job, made out of stout wood. Oh, now we get to mention the peephole. But there's a small opening on it about the headlight that lets you see what's inside there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? In fact, I've noted that multiple times. I looked through it myself that night. Ding. Dong. And what about your burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through the peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Glove. I doubt these 2 buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. The Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? But she didn't have a gun.
Hold it!
And when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you! Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that pickpocket girl had when I saw her. It was the bullet from Windibank's gun that grazed my arm. Yeah, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon. So clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun at the time.
Objection!
Objection, that's stupid. But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry? You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. Where would he run? It's a closed room. It was that moment when that little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. Where would he run? It is a closed room.
Hold it!
Not sure I should press this one, honestly, but... All over? Yes, through the peephole I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you that garment is still sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it's sullied with blood, that's for sure, but blood wouldn't go that way if she was behind him. Not Mr. Winderbake's blood, is it? No, that's right, Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from Mr. McGill stabbed him 2 months ago. I can't read very fast. So annoying, if they only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use this evidence to support our case. Bother. Oh, bother.
Hold it!
Why would she do that? Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? The direction of the storeroom door. There I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated. And then... the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor at my side of the door. Why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. There's like 20 flaws in this. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime? Then where is it? Yes, it was yours truly. I left to clear up my lackeys. The cleanup to my lackeys, so I left. Made a bit of mess around the corner. So Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. Things are blue and mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Eh. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You were like a bull at a gate, aren't you? Excuse me, maybe please don't, like, strangle people? Gentlemen! Something wrong, sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Blimey, this tea's a bit of a hooligan, ain't it? What was going on just now? You saw him? He grabbed me with my whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when he got you down at the station? And why didn't you? Because we didn't know nothing about it. Or that flaming peephole in the door. Sorry about that. Can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God blimey, see the way he's looking at me. Hell yeah. This tea gives me the willies. That was strange. Hector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He normally is all sweetness and light no matter what I say to him. Yeah, well, I think you might be a special case, Cyrus. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to intercept the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood. My greatest drink of the accused overcoat.
But can you tell blood type, or can you just tell there is blood?
Thank you, officer. Very well, cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. Presume you have no objection, counsel?
No, not yet. I'll have some in a minute, though.
Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Lake Gainless Strait. The extent of the stains appeared they were a result of splatter and following a gunshot wound. Incorrect. And a report. Goodness me!
It doesn't even say gunshot wound on there, does it? That or he's buying the cops. See? What did I tell you?
Objection.
No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibank's.
What on earth makes you say that, counsel?
Coat originally belonged to Magnus McGild. Just before his coat was deposited in Windibank's, Mr. Guild had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. The blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker in the omnibus case. Stop objecting, then, Zeeks.
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend?
By that logic, also, Windibank can't prove that's his blood, so...
2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for Mr. McGill's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned from yourself in this country.
Not really, but that was...
I call it a bowling disgrace. Treachery is what it is.
How to determine whether the blood in that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help answer that problem, Pop Out.
It can't be done.
But it can. Even Mr. Sholmes' specialty formulated chemicals.
Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
I mean, if they worked, yeah.
I held out Piroziki to a starving boy and he ran away crying.
That has nothing to do with this case, but yeah, okay.
Herlock Sholmes. Barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all.
How could you say that? He's alive. He's real.
Victory is sweet indeed. It proves my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish.
It doesn't. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir?
As the witnesses said, the accused's coat was splattered with blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen.
No.
In other words, his testimony is solid and his conclusion is singular.
You know he wore it himself, though, but...
The accused who shot the victim in this case, that is the whole truth.
Are we not gonna get the third... Oh, this again, okay.
Very long battle, this one. This old war horse. Something say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman. This moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final conclusion. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir!
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Does the mouse not get to vote? He's clearly on the bench, too.
Well, here the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached an unanimous verdict.
Unanimous, whatever.
Defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you make to unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful.
Yeah. Okay. I don't believe it. After I've come so far. How's it all unraveling on me so fast?
How very distressing. To be held in such low self-esteem. Low esteem. Whatever. Words. Bailiff?
Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You deliver the report now. That'll be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some irregularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by the other than the human mind. I know that voice. That's Mario! Am I going mad? Ah!
Why are you in disguise?
Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this?
Why are you here? What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard you were recuperating in the hospital.
As well would be had I not been set upon an errand.
What errand?
Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last, and what's with the mustache? Ah, yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now then, my lord, if you'd humor me. In what matter, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give the young lawyer over here. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind to spare us this time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zeeks?
This trial has taken many hours of the court's time and the court's stream.
Exactly, haven't spent so long already, we don't want to go waste any more precious time.
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes.
Ah! Whose side are you on over there? Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes.
Oh, now he's back to normal, okay. My dear fellow, I do apologize for my tardy arrival. Is this the first time we've had 2 people on our side of the bench at the same time?
Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now?
Alright, I'm all wrong! I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I just asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out.
Let's make this discussion as short as possible.
Apparently, this place is full of idiots. Now that we see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of a sport to assist me in my investigation. I never took the trouble to refine it for the appraisal by a scientific community, an oversight on my part.
Right, honesty? Surely not.
But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow.
What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping?
It would have been better if he stayed in the disguise. And hello, Phoenix. Hope you're having a good day. But I guess the trick is with his model and everything, they don't have all his animations for all his outfits. A leaving present from Miss Sasato.
Or Miss Sasato?
If possible, matters would be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor.
I don't understand.
Miss Sasato foresaw today's events, I believe, even though she's not exactly the wisest character on the bench. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by both devious and underhanded means, and that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you would be given this small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions.
A leaving present from Sasato? What could it be?
What is this? Oh, it's the machine I made. The thing that makes cat doors? Meow. My latest invention.
What is that?
I call it the Cat Flap-O-Mat. How is this going to be relevant? It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. That cat's still in the courtroom somewhere, too. What's Susie up to? Is the cat gonna attack the mouse? I just realized that this is a possibility. Miss Sasato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant.
What?
Didn't she say something? Did she say something like that?
Really are the best judicial assistant in the world, at least in this timeline. That's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. What does she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves, Mr. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, dear fellow? No, not at all cryptic then. Sato used this cat flap-o-matic that night, but why? So the peephole in the door wasn't there before? Which means he couldn't have seen in there. He used this cat flap-o-matic that night, but why? The cat flap-o-mat has been entered the court record. Your 5 minutes is over. The correct pronunciation is are over, because they are more than one thing. We're out of time already. I'm grateful for you affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, detective. After all, the die is cast. Haha, is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their learnings. No doubt my learned friend will consider the summonation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile, as it was the last 20 times he's done this. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end. Badly. My lord, the defense requests... Oh no. Well, it doesn't matter. I have to do the summonation, right? Because, like, if I don't do the summonation, then you just end up being like, oh, well, you lose, right? Or, let me think. Well, I can't get time to think. They will definitely not give me that. Summonation, examination, that wouldn't do anything, so... Let me look at my court record. Like, I've got this thing now. Can I examine this? Aha, I can. Wait. Oh, I can't look at anything there. It kind of looks like a frog from this angle. The really loudmouth frog. Oh, jeez, that's a lot of teeth. Phew. Those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of special alloy I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates them 10 times per second, so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all. And what are the two parts at the top there? Ah, those are for attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make a mincemeat of even the toughest of doors. Sounds so charming and friendly when you say it, what it's for, but... feels like the reality of the cat flap-o-matic is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction. Oh no. Ragahai's so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons. Iris, please don't give the cat laser beams. I developed a catabeam so he could catch all those pesky mice that are running around. Yeah, I guess we have to cross-examine further. They wouldn't give us the option otherwise. Further cross-examination. Objection! The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates you may not cross-examine a new witness now. Defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, continue with one existing witness.
What?
It would appear that a rather important details escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper.
He did say that he interrupted it. I didn't actually put that together.
Requesting your lord's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well. Cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. Assume you have no objection, counsel. No, my lord. Nobody can say anything then. If Bruno asks to resume the cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. It's absurd. I would remind those present this is my courtroom. I'm the boss here. I concur the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I'll not permit any unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity, concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your assignment against it. Single chance to present evidence. If following that situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witnesses any further.
Yes, my lord.
Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence? Most generous. Not really. Well then, Mr. Naruto, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. Good night.
He just flails around.
Mr. Sholmes!
Is he gonna be on the floor, or are they just not gonna bother animating that? Nope. I was kind of hoping he'd just be asleep on the floor, but...
Stand so listlessly before a court in a state of such a high fever. Either the man's extraordinary strength of mind, or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Take him in when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, you fully prepared. Yeah. One statement. One piece of evidence. One sky. One destiny. Won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. Okay, so... going to decide the entire outcome of this trial. Very well, under the terms I've outlined, you may resume your cross-examination. So it has to deal with the peephole, for sure. So, should I just present the piece here? Like, he wouldn't know about it, but he was whispering with Gregson earlier, which means that they're, for some reason, working together on this. But, yeah, I guess I'll just present it here. If I get it wrong, I actually still have multiple chances. Okay, we did it. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel? Oh, it's my cat flap-o-matic, my lord. It makes a one-way way for cats to get in and out of a room. Cut through any door you can think of. Make a new door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please, without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Rude. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I describe this function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine, in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windermere had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and chums. Yeah, 3 of us were together. It's recently come to my attention that the stream may have just froze for a second. There we go. It's back. The sound skipped, so I had the feeling something froze. And my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much as my testimony. How could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kinda say what you mean, please. Stop beating around the bush. Alright, it's time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place, by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with a crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of your actions? It's a most serious act of vandalism. Which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Silken brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Grayson's testimony, or Graydon's, not Grayson, Grayson's a good guy, is riddled with holes. Peepholes, as a matter of fact. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. Your Mr. Grayson's testimony appears to incriminate the defendant, based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that filled the girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order in the court. Is there any credence to this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly. Just a cheap chick decided to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that thing can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yeah, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. Aha! I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy! Cooey? Time for dinner. Meow. Well, here's the cat. It was still in the courtroom somewhere. Well? Ah! Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make a cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. That doesn't mean the peephole in the storeroom door at Windermere was made by your machine. There's no way you could prove it was. No? But it's easy. What? The cat flaps in my cat flap metacrates all are fixed size. And the dimension of the people in the window banks are an exact match. Oh, Silky's lost for words. But you're not gonna feed the cat. It's gonna eat the mouse. It's gonna eat that poor mouse. And he's gonna say guilty. Because his mouse will be dead. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now is my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. You say that every time, and yet I never am. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yeah, possibly. You'll probably be here in a minute, though. You may have some difficulty establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zeeks? Very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device. But now the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. You wouldn't believe it anyways. And as for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people it was made. Why are you looking in the court record? What are you doing? Stop wasting my time. We can see the door right there, though. We can see the door right there, though. The door is it's right there, though. Before, after. Ah. My learned friend claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. But we have the thing right here. We've done this 5 times in this trial, man. Don't give up now, Runo. This is just the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I'm not a cat flap. I don't know if I can do this, but I know one thing. Sasato is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. At least until Maya shows up and turns into Mia. Very well, counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof the peephole in the door of Winterbank storeroom was created after the event and not before. Should I use the stupid thing again, or... Nah, I guess just the picture is fine, right? Or would it be this? Sorry, I got ping again. I guess it would be this, because you need to prove that the... Or no, I guess it'd be the one where it clearly doesn't have a flap, right? Because, you know, obviously, the other picture doesn't matter, because that one has a flap. Man. I hope that we use the sword. What are you? The print from the detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Mrs. Sato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman. Which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. Necessary proof is in this photographic print? Don't make me laugh, counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. It shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. Ha ha ha, makes me laugh. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door of the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. Yeah, she pointed upwards and was just kind of waving it around, but... In other words, your testimony is garbage! I mean, a catalog of lies! Nope, here's his big moment. Why did he teleport to the middle and then teleport to the side again? And his head was still up. Satisfied the defense has sustained its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. Where his testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. She didn't know it was a crime scene at the time. No, we didn't know any murder had taken place. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more? That summarizes this entire court thing. Just, good lord, there's more? Ugh. Defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. No, just leave it, oh, please. I don't believe this, but they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. Yes, you do. It's called There's No Third Gun. He owns it. Whatever. Still, he can't worm his way out of this now. Iris? You know what they say. Yeah? No point locking the cat's door after the cat is bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. Does he say that? No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first. You're right. Yeah, how'd he know about the blood? How'd he know he got shot? How did he know where the gun went? How did he know about the girl? Not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statement. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris is right. One lie begets another. Inconsistency revealed by the lies in the witness statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely... the bloodstains, I guess? Yeah. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could she possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... Point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Let me ask you a simple question. Look at this photograph. Does it make you laugh? How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously Has the cat got your tongue, witness? Whoa, snap, Judge. Peephole was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been in Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Yeah, of course. The place is chock full of Bond articles, and my lads had to thoroughly examine them all. Gave them the officers working around the clock shift so we can get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that this exhibit forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that the witness to the crime did take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Can I have a word, please, Mr. Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector. Nah, I mean in private. I really ought to get back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony. Though it's just the same to you. Permission denied. God dang it. Not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Objection. Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yep, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And, in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person it could be. Who is this person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness the details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? Well,
Take that!
Truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Eh? Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity in the last few hours. We learned of it during the course of the trial today. Yes, indeed. Preparation for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed subpoena and brought him man here from the communication station. Until that time, Mr. Graydon would have no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting until such a time he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It's only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position. That he'd had to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. He was suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received this information, so he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. The only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. That is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fella, huh? That was summoned to his lordship chambers during the recess in any case, so you've forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after the proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view of the stand where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. They were whispering to each other like a second ago. I just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? One time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Gideon was testifying. Oh yeah, now you mentioned it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve Mr. McGill's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. During that testimony. We were finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. In full view of literally everybody, but no one noticed except me for some reason. Would it have been possible for you... It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You're a little dough rag. You're making this all up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have any reason to do something like that for no gain, but perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind? Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to a certain something to the inspector. I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of maleficence. Malfeasance? Well, Objection. It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusation with this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. Also, all of mine have been true, so... But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It's incumbent the defense now present evidence in support for this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what you're proposing the inspector demanded the witness return. Court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it! Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together for this puzzle. Must press your answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal the Inspector Gregson made with the witness? It would be the other disc, I guess, right? Or would it be the music box? Should I flip a dang coin for this one? No. Yeah, I'm gonna go the disc. Phew. Lifetime supply of potato crisps. Yes, that must be it. He is pretty rich. Inspector Gregson, besides this murder, is it not true you've been working on another very important case?
What are you getting at now, Sunshine?
Is it possible this other top secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here?
Oh, geez. I wonder if I could have also presented the newspaper.
This classified secret's being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice.
How the bleeding Nora could you...
We discovered, during the course of this trial...
Oh, maybe I could have presented the music box, too. How many answers were there to this one?
Discovered during the course of this trial, the music box deposited at Windibank's Magnus McGill. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It seems very likely now the encoded on the pair of discs that were in Mr. McGill's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second disc containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for the details of the case.
You little dog!
Order in the court! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibank's, you said this.
I'll be taking whatever it is that Mr. McGill down the yard, thank you very much. Send it over. No, don't give it to him. That's mine, that is mine. Sorry, miss. Anything belonging to McGill has to be taken as evidence now.
I just noticed that there's also the curtain over the door, so you couldn't see that the people was there or not before this case began.
Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGill was involved in the stealing of government secrets.
My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secret leak from the ministry, and to do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush.
And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew it contained highly confidential information.
I mean, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I just realized there was a possibility, that's all.
Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness?
Yeah, you could figure it out if you paid attention to the door. Which, I mean, I did think it was weird that there was a people in the storeroom door to begin with, but I was like, I guess it makes sense. It's like air has to get in there somewhere. Somehow. It's entirely possible, Mimikyu. I was thinking that since it was brought up that his, the Mason apparently was... Oh, not Gregson, but... let's see, people. This guy, his name is actually Milverton, and he is the son of the Mason. So even though he's a chump and whatnot, I think he still cared for his father in some way. I think it's entirely possible that he killed McGill. But, at the same time, I wouldn't say Gregson's completely innocent of this. Or at the very least, the government isn't, in this case. It's entirely possible that one of the higher-ups knew that McGill was leaking government secrets and killed him. So it's either him or one of the higher-ups, such as, I don't know, Strongheart, who is also kind of a chump. But I don't think Gregson has it in him to kill someone. I think he would argue against that. Even if McGill did. Yeah, Strongheart, the watch guy. He's more likely to have committed murder than anyone else in here. Well, except for him, who actually did. His design screams evil, his office screams evil.
I'll aid and abet this man in giving a false testimony. No other way that Mr. Graydon could have known about the existence of the people. The only explanation, a deal was struck between these two men.
Ah!
Objection!
Objection. If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom.
Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that?
Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective.
What?
What's that supposed to mean, eh?
As a seasoned policeman, the inspector would have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this manner. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person? Yes! The defense demands the inspectors be searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other when Guinea was testifying before, and Gregson hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? No need. Young lad wants to tone down his imagination. It's insulted me in my profession quite enough. It was Van Zeek's, though. However, to put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, I'll happily submit my body search. Going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice in which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You made the most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you would be deemed unfit to court service, and this trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand yours that you were severely reprimanded. That sounds serious, but not a demand I care about. Indeed, our visiting student makes such commentary remarks about our country's most senior police office. Not something Her Majesty government would be able to take in stride. You're just threatening Rudo because you're scared. And yeah, Zeke's is the one that made the thing that I just was like, yeah, just let's search him. Like, I just agreed with it. I didn't make the accusation. And there's still a bunch of chumps, yes. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. Okay, it's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. This must physically change hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yeah, my lord? Oh, am I gonna have to, like, decide where I have to search him? You still persist on requesting to search the inspector's personal effects? I think it's this. I think one of the brothers have it. As soon as I saw search someone else. This formally demands a search be conducted. Well! Don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps a lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects, please. Objection! Oh, dang it. It's been a while since that's happened. Fence submit the search, but now of Inspector Gregson. What? Oh, what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, not Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's all the meaning of this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You've been completely irrational. Now, the question is, which brother? Be quiet, all of you. Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. You should respect that and listen to what he has to say. Because that's the British way. She makes a compelling argument. Well said, young lady. Pours in all of the defense counsel's conviction, eagerly awaits his next words. The what? Don't be hasty, my lord. I am not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today. There's only one person it can be. Only one? Okay. Let me think. You know which one? I mean, it's one of these two. I don't trust this guy because he had a regenerating pair. But I don't think it could be him. It's not Van Zeek's. Van Zeek's is kind of like on the fence on which side he's on.
He doesn't really seem to care about Scotland Yard that much. There was a oh, you're right, there was a moment. When he was shaking him.
Take that!
We never actually got the conclusion of that either. My lord of Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Blimey. Me? Him? Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness to conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Hold it, please, my lord. Inspector? That's Scotland Yard, that's to object to this search. Objection. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, you are not Scotland Yard. Your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Sakes! I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket, I found this. A disc. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it, nothing. That's the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGild. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Yep, throw them all in prison. Order in the court. Mr. Skulkin, what have you say for yourself? Go on, Bennett. I mean, just, go on, something. I swear I know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck between these witness and the detective, no. Without question, my lord. And for pity's sake. Why on earth is this man in possession of the disc that Inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson's a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. One particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall. These people never recall anything. What unusual behavior? It was, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it not by any chance of the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. Well, Mr. Graydon answered my questions. The inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did it all. Thought me was gonna fall off clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned to grab me all whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes you mentioned the third gun when he got down the station, that's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear, all he did. My head's still throbbing down. My detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Bless my wig! He hid it? You. But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. The detective had acquired the disc he was after. Why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? It's a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. Unlikely. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were, cover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked in the ministry. Then do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush? Top secret assignment, is it? As far as we are aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. Afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
That is an answer in itself. Realizing there was a chance you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Ah, does this mean he only pretended to attack Mr. Skolting in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket? So it was all a pretense?
Yep, let's play the music discs. I wonder if it has some secret message in Morse code for us to unravel.
Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
Admit to it? Yours truly? Please. When would I ever make things easy?
Mr. Graydon,
Clearly our Eastern visitor has uncommonly active imagination. It was already proven. However, there's no proof that I passed the disc to the inspector. Objection. But then,
how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole?
I'm under no obligation to explain.
Then you're under arrest.
Well, maybe one obligation.
What?
Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit, so sentence me accordingly. That's all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective, all of this young Easterman's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about.
You...
Kazuma's spirit is trapped inside his sword, which has yet to be drawn.
Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been on the name of justice. That's not a no. As members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decision. I'm not from here, but I am merely visitor from motherland.
Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousnesses in the calculating of the trial. Nevertheless, in absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it's time that we put the matter of the jury to the final leanings. Well now, fellow servant of Queen Country, I must lay sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character.
Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon's a highly skilled operator, stop. Currently in presence of an idol, stop. Detective is very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot see.
I don't believe it. 6 jurors are going to believe Gregson? They declare their decision now.
Isn't he going to be found guilty?
Now, may to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're gonna lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole the government's secrets. Or some evidence that Gregson's admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions. No. That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. Let the judge call on jurors to announce their leanings. Gino will be found guilty.
No choice then, Bruno. So, throw some more evidence at them, but... all comes down to this. What do I present as evidence against, Gregson or Graydon? Let's see. I mean, the only thing I could think of is the music box now, right? Of course, we didn't get the... yeah, it would have to be the music box, but who do I send it to? I guess it would be Gregson, because he's the one that had the second one, right? I can't leave it to the jury, they're a bunch of dummies. Graydon's whatever, so it would have to be Gregson with the stupid disc. I still got 5 points, so... Inspector Gregson, one final piece of evidence I would like you to see.
What's all that then?
You refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today. You leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence. Thoroughly.
Well, go on.
My last chance. Looks like I'm gonna have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get his detective to admit the deal he clearly struck with Graydon.
Okay, yep. It's the music box.
Take that!
At Mr. McGill's peculiar music box, Counsel. Yeah, with the disc already in place and ready to play. Think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well.
Goodness, the disc, Counsel? Hold it! No, wait! I can't let you do that!
Why not?
Because it's not nothing to do with this case, that's why.
Objection!
Objection. Not true, Inspector. Vince has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier in this music box were part of a Morse Code message. We know that Morse Code comprises of 2 distinct tones. Defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
Look kind out loud, Sunshine. We're talking state secrets here. If you're letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason.
I don't live here. Also, really, the government shouldn't have secrets like that. But then you admit to the charge. In order to protect the state's secrets, you engage in unlawful dealings with a witness.
You're mad. If you let that secret information out to the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leak confidential case details to a witness. You continue to lie in court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine.
Don't you dare.
I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of.
For once, you have my respect.
My lord, if you please. Court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Come on, Van Zeke, for Pete's sake, stop him.
Objection!
Objection. Here's my leg. In case you missed it. Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm not a Scotland Yard puppet. In this courtroom, my duty is the law, so let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul. I think we finally earned Van Zeke's respect by protecting our client.
Very well, then. Defense stands here, and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense requests, court will now listen to this music box as set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously.
Yep, that's definitely Morse code.
Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now.
It's Morse code. Alright, I admit it, whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up.
I had them in backwards, so no one will know what they said anyways.
Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom, Inspector?
I did.
Stop! What are you doing, man?
That's all exactly as the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal.
Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. or information that may certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed.
I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details of the court case that should have put him in the clear. People in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the people had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? Nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. Struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You were the third intruder who broke into the pawnbroker that night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the profiteer, Mr. Pop Windibank. Oh, he broke his cane. You traitor! Ah, he's trying to murder me, guys! Help! It's not even attached to my neck. Oh, there it is. There's no one gonna stop him! Bailiff, restrain that man! At once! No one got to stop this guy from killing me. That's it then. It's all over. Please let it be over. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to be better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. You eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me up in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGill. You're fine worth the web talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGill would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspection of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. Yes. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yeah, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagine his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again, to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh?
He was a different man than the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I had told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need a music box disc made.
Music box disc, eh?
A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I brought the score with me. There are 2, actually.
I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft.
That's how I had him make the 2 discs. Thereby splitting the information in 2. You were taking the considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGill in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGill for 10 guineas. Then, on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal? The exchange of the second disc? Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. Doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. But why wasn't the omnibus 2 months ago? Your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGill and not yourself. When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with Mr. McGill, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved with something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGill. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then I found out what sort of a monster McGill really was. So after 10 years of not uttering it, I swore in my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGill brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then. I walked to that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. And yet they keep blaming me for it. Weird. I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGill by then, so I spent nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. I'm getting flashbacks to that one assassin. I can't remember his name. The guy who pretends to be a butler. Like, I wonder if he lives, if his ancestor lives in this land. Anyway, willing to pay the price. There are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGill himself had shown me that. Are you saying that... I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything in his favor in the courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. I knew it. He killed McGill. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGill's death that day. Was it caused by this man? Everything ready, sir, if you follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. Oh, it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to be scheduled. Well, must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're gonna examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. McKilled is my favorite burger. That policeman who came to tell McGill he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGill used his wealth to manipulate the trial. I used my wealth to kill him. He paid people to alterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened his witnesses to lie in their testimony. Now, it wasn't him. I think he would have recognized Ashley. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in parfum, One of my sham policemen ushered McGill inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. It was a warm journey. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. Spine-chilling account, indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see.
A loose end?
Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGill. I wouldn't know, Mimikyu. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGill. This is the first of the 2 discs, the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Winderbake's pawnbrokery? Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article or deposit there for you. No need to give it a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fence the watchword. Put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. Never heard of a pawnbrokery being used quite like that before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are used for places, you know. Each one's like an extremely secure vault. Up until you go and shoot the man. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yeah, Takina. I remember now, that when we first met you at the Winderbanks that afternoon 2 days ago, your description missed the straight written down. How'd you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. Yeah, sure. I realized immediately that she was another of McGill's pawns, and he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline.
And he was absolutely right.
And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went into the Winderbanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGill's overcoat and 1 disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box disc of the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation of the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up the fact that McGill was involved.
Inspector, you've recovered it fast.
My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. Had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could, for some reason. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in a pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box disc and the second disc were still there in the shop. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did.
That's what prompted you to break into the place that night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers.
What happened that night at the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I located the music box I'd sold McGill on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside? Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang! A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Bang! Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. Struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. Sorry tale. All took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened with Windibanks on that wretched night. Very quiet. Why is it so quiet? Where's the cat? Earlier you called McGill a monster, a man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony, for what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGill. Yes, I think I have. Well, McGill wouldn't have admitted that. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. You can say that again. However, it seemed at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? Been restrained, my lord, been escorted to the yard. Feel charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank, stealing the government secrets. Not about the murder of Mr. McGill, though. We're gonna let that one pass. Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges for yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit with helping criminals escape justice. The fact remains whether you or not you were doing so in line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah? Oh, I'm still here? Time for final adjudication. Jury is ready, Mr. Foreman. Yes, sir. Garrett Squadron standing by, sir. This is it now. Last push, final call, finishing whistle. I'm in and ready to deliver verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decision to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Swear if the Russian guy says guilty.
Not guilty.
Okay, thank you.
How do they get the fire to fly? They've never explained this. Haha! That's the stuff! I'm off the hook! Where's the fireworks? Finally, Bruno, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure I'd come out the top there for a while there. Susie was right, you're the best lawyer in the world. Mr. Straight, I'm not finished with you yet. What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom. Certain other crimes to consider, 2 months ago in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? In relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windibank's pawnbrokery, also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGill's property, it seems. I never done nothing of the sort. Yeah, of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing Mr. McGill's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Not only did he have nothing to do with this, but he was also a key factor in realizing the truth. Just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Gating this evening. Turning attention to the defense. Determining that, when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse Code was... Well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, Counsel. Quite so, my lord. But the prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be eliminated from before the entire courtroom. Yeah, well, I mean, very sorry about that, but it's the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point, isn't that It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all.
What are you saying, madam?
Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so the world seems covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession, one feels.
But I must say, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones.
What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all?
That ain't. My lord, defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Tie off, you're not! Tell me tough to tell you! Don't this contain ministerial secrets, sunshine?
This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of government communications. We know McGill conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man is admitted to the crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. Ugh, well, it's really going to bother me.
Miss Lestrade.
Whoops. Eh, my lord?
That what you have seen today in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing.
Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. Not to mention how many times I shattered my hollowed chalice.
An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most of the day in the back slums.
I beg your pardon.
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes.
Ina.
But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. World ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself.
Well, that's very laudable lesson, I would say. Eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade, never gracing my course room with her presence again.
I'll be here next time. I gotta keep Iris company, don't I? You're 90% bluffing, but on 100% the truth.
Now, in regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winterbank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Now we get the fireworks.
And the time-traveling confetti. Who cleans that up? Oh no, smoke screen! It's gonna be a rainbow? Yeah!
I say, that's a great invention. We should add that to our fireworks. Also, did you just have a gun this whole time? That is all. Court's adjourned.
Oh, why are we still here? It would seem everyone has ditched us. A toast. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend. He didn't call me Nipponese.
Oh,
Despite being a Nipponese, dang it, you saw through the pretense of the malice that festered within Englishmen. At the same time, you saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. And they must sword fight to the death. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. That's a good line. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. Not literally, of course, for you are incapable of drawing your sword.
you did?
When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of a man I once knew and try to understand.
You mentioned something like similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly?
Well, you may ask, and one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not.
Alright. Alright then, I'll wait for that day if I must.
See, get his own chalice. Throw him a chalice. Get a Godo moment with them drinking coffee together. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey in my retirement from service 5 years ago. Yeah, I said Nipponese, but Japanese works too. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow. Until we meet again. And that's it. We did it. We proved Gina is innocent. Hooray! Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber.
It's done. It's over at last.
I assume at the very end of like the next game, or like whenever the truth is revealed about his past, he will finally say, "My learned Naruhodo friend," or something.
But where's Iris disappeared to?
Probably the Jones.
Ah! Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew you were innocent.
Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up until the end. You're as odd as your name.
What's odd about it?
I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? Oh, I thought he was talking about his name.
What's odd about my name?
It's the same name that my grandchild from in like 20 years will have, right? Yeah, that's pretty weird. No one ever asked before, see. Keep a promise, I mean, properly.
That's awful.
I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, never trusted no one. That's just cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, more you trust someone, more it hurts when they let you down. Yeah, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. Chose to trust someone, paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. When your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks, I think. This is the way I see it, Ryunsuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. I'm dead, by the way. Thanks for bringing that up. That comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be a lawyer you believed I could be? I'm just a figment of your imagination, and my text box will not answer that question, unless my sword decides to talk. Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? What are you talking about?
Ah, that voice!
Too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Haha, yes, it was me all along, I would have said when you finally noticed me. Like how the other bailiff is watching him the whole time. But you people with your incessant babbling. Ah, Mr. Sholmes. Aha, yes, it was me all along, you see? And now the other bailiff does not care. Where'd my partner go? I feel like there should be a mustached man beside me. Was he the bailiff in like every court case and we just never noticed? I assume you'd be taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Wait, oh, escape? I happen to be aware of one or two foibles that the doctor was sending me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me out with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruto. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I fear. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you. I tip my hat, but I don't have one. Huh. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a stew in your nice soft bed, some of us been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I've indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations order for you, too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes, not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in trial he's working on winds up dead anyway? Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. Exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGill, in fact. Ah, but of course I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. And yet you're the one that brought it up. Yeah, well, don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs, you mean like God? Yeah. Him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have the wrong end of the stick. There's some cubs like that bog trotter who'll rot into the core. But at the end of the day, I'm upstairs like make sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it, yeah. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper's taking matters in his own hand and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGills of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see. But you've never been to school, so how do you have principals? We don't know if he's dead or not. He went back to Japan. The only thing we can say is that he was somehow sending letters to us from the boat, and then once he arrived at Japan, we didn't get any more letters. So, no idea if he's alive or not, but we have his cat. So he'll live on in spirit. A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi, just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. The pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise, and I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. These dots didn't notice my presence at all! They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? Not sure, really. I beg your pardon. I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's gonna land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, such a shame. I was hoping to throw a party for Guinea tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Eh? Don't look at me like I'm going nowhere for a while. You heard the Judge Prada. I got stuff to make amends for apparently. All of them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the ball cutter stuff with what was in the lug, blah blah blah. Yeah, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't offense, it's a job, isn't it?
I don't think so.
Still, it's got me thinking, all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo?
Well, no, I was never a pickpocket. In fact, I never had a job. I was a student.
Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change.
Actually, do I even have a job? I don't think I get paid for this. You're not gonna pay me.
I'm gonna do something for all them like for the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Genny. I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing. Miss Cleaner Lestrade, the prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. McGill gave me that coin and hit me in the face with it. I used that for medical bills. Right, well, looks like I'm off then. Goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Odo.
Yeah?
Should I, like, duck and cover while this is happening?
Ah! What was that for?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. On occasions such as this, I would recommend the simple thank you. Oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Guinea. Yeah, especially from a guy who died the same day. Right, I see. Well. She's gonna run away. Oh, took her hat off. Thanks, Odo. Oh. Thank you for everything, what you done, for believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Why is the other bailiff still not here? Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pick-purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I brought a paper outside. Special edition. Trials over, front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? Yeah, Sholmes murdered the other bailiff. Should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. Ah, but anyway. Like the good news or the bad news? Ugh, not again. Well, what do you say, Bruno? Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Let's start with the good news this time. Rain has finally stopped. It was a record-level rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? Huge storm left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of the Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? Iris, you fool! That's also good news! That's right, if we head to the station immediately. Maybe you'll make it in time to wave Susie off. But, there won't be a train, surely. Couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made an arrangement for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't eat shoes, but the great detective does it again. Indeed he does! I happen to be in the way of a number of rail transport directors' foibles. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary.
Yeah, before she's arrested for tampering with a crime scene. Although, again, the easy argument with that is she didn't know it was a crime scene. The most she had known at that point was that Sholmes was shot and that the door was locked.
Just an idea, but I mean, why stop manipulating people that way? What are we waiting for then? The London Victoria.
It was the scene of a breaking and entering that we were kind of aware of, but we were just passing by. And we didn't know about the attempted murder. Until, you know, someone was shot. Yeah, so, you know. Changing the door wasn't a big deal. That took somewhat longer than I anticipated.
Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Sasato, where are you? Oh, there she is. Over there, look! Looks like she's reading something. It's a huge book. Hold it! Miss Sasato, wait! What are you doing? Hmm? Oh, hi. How's it going? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? Came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. I mean, she's still, you know, on trial for all the other stuff, but... That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. Yeah, but they were about to animate her throwing a book. Book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So I was saying my final farewell. Saying goodbye to law? You, Sasato? Would I be correct in assuming... it's because of the peephole, Miss Sasato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How'd you even come to have this, Susie? Oh, in the evening of the incident. Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yeah, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave this little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband. Yeah, please don't do that again, Iris. The band's very important to me, and I kinda need it. I need to present it to everybody I meet. Otherwise, I can't call myself a Naruhodo. Or a lawyer. Oh, it's so important you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. It's not like I could feel it. It's my arm. On a whim, I thought it'd be fun to see if I could take the cat flap-o-mat, so I put it up my sleeve. You know, my sleeve of endless holding that can hold 50 books and a whole cat flap-o-mat, which has blades on it. Really? And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Mr. Windibank's shop. How did you forget about it? That thing is super heavy. Mr. Windibank's shop with that later that night. I see. And then... bang! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. After Mr. Naruhodo left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play in my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? What other door would there be? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. They used the cat Flappamack to make the peephole in the door. As captured in a photographic print of the shop, one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was one of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Although, naturally, without proof, it would have amounted for nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remember that trial 2 months earlier. The trial of Magnus McGill. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. Yeah, that happened today too. Made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And in the end, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if someone wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winterbank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing.
You were worried the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime?
That's right. But then I realized it'd be very difficult to give anyone false testimony in this case.
What do you mean?
Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. For which, a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crimes had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not?
A trap? Is that why she did it?
Yeah... She didn't really have any trust in us at all, despite the obvious evidence that we could not possibly have committed murder. But I'm also pretty sure she had personal investment with Kazuma's death. They seemed like pretty old friends too. Why we never knew her before then is beyond me, because Kazuma was clearly our best friend, but whatever. Is that why you kept a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruto was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan.
Really does think of anything. Everything. Why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began?
My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade.
Ah.
You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Mr. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake, and for Mr. Strade's.
Mr. Sato?
Who cares? Truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that, is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant.
What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon's the one who lied in the witness stand, using the peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, not that you knew that's what happened, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure she would have been acquitted in the end. Mr. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life.
Well, if the peephole didn't exist, not to, you know, ignore what he's saying. If the peephole didn't exist, what would Gregson have used, like, to talk to Grayson or Graydon or whatever? I keep saying son. What would he have told Ashley to say in his testimony to lie about Gina being the one that shot him if the peephole didn't exist? Couldn't have said the door was open because Gina closed it and everyone knew it was locked. With your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you saved me too from my regrets.
Are we gonna get a tearful goodbye picture? Yeah, he would have needed a new lie, but I don't know what his lie would have been. Well, we must be thankful Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yeah, exactly. Although some of the loose ends of that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation the music boxes contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, the argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. It wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. Said the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about a secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood, should they have been intercepted. In cipher? I see. Then we could have never hoped to understand the message anyway? Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. A. So. E. What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. But how? How did you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. She just described it on the fly? She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't have been written down in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. Whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense, because they're in Japanese. That is, in English at least. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added a Morse code to use in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram, isn't it? You mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message is asogi? Yep, I think so. Sorry, I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Would you let me see that? Miss Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, of course! I spent some time studying it. But because I'm quite sure Morse code will never ever become... I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important in international communications. Sasato, I got some bad news. Then I might recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Let's see here. What could this possibly mean? I swear, if it says Asogi is alive or something. There was that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. Made the color drain from Sasato's face. There's no doubt this message is written in Japanese Morse code. Because the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications. I understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is K, Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is A, Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T, Yuri Gregson. Yuri Gregson? Ah, it would seem Tobias Grayson was the third man on the list. What's his name doing in secret government communication as well? And the last name... What's the matter, Mr. Sato? It's R. Naruhodo. It's just so strange, so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. Last name is... J. Wilson. Oh no. Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Dad? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. After the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4.
And that's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contained Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of disturbingly familiar names. At least my name wasn't on there. Feel this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So Dad could be in Japan then, where Susie and Bruno come from. Oh, well, no, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine in the Imperial Yume University. Can't tell Iris about that now. Not yet. Just can't. So strange. Somehow in solving the case of Mr. Windimake's burner today, I feel like I rolled back a boulder at the month of the very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave we shouldn't go wandering inside. Honk! Honk! They can't possibly be leaving. That carriage with that horse is still there. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yeah, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change to a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Miss Sasato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Like no one ever was. I had hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, now's not the time to confess. Please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Yeah, that boat is pretty big, but it can get bigger. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah. Oh yeah, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Which I have in my court record. I'll be waiting then, Susie. Promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah? Remember the first time we met? Yeah, you flipped me. On the SS Burya when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the Sasato takedown. You know very well what I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma's great legacy. Miss Sasato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. It's like the end of the first Ace Attorney where Maya leaves to continue her training. Only this time, we have video.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
Oh, the cat was there. Since when was the cat there?
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey.
Yeah, and they met for like a second, but I never knew she had a little bear backpack.
To traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective.
But the great detective was the one talking.
I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead.
Trials and tribulations ahead? I mean, technically, yeah, they're ahead. Like, 200 years from now.
But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around.
Sholmes, please.
After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
No, I'm gonna get accused for murder in the next game, I'm sure. At least once. Again, Mr. Naruhodo? Ah, by the way, I'm still here. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, Mr. Sholmes? I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the Special Express train, apparently. Huh? Caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at the stations. But really, we never would have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and how it was all your fault. Huh? Wait, what? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow, according to Mr. Sato. You love defending yourself in court. Huh? Wait, what? It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who would do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes. Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly, any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Bruno's words. I know, just the one he'll use here. Then, I really must say... Objection! The best friends in the world will throw you under the best buses in the world too, you know. Or rather, in this case, a train. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. So I advertised them for sale with, used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case, even though it didn't. The money I've earned, consulting detective work, pays the pittance by comparison. And so he decided to become someone who sold music boxes. I haven't slept a wink. Manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm busy, Hurley always cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. For some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts of eggs. And more eggs.
I'm here. Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Rarely do Colwyn coins hide under rare stakes themselves. Now, lad, I don't knows his father's an innocent man, or are you calling my son a liar?
I guess they did have to have a court case for this. But we did it. We finally beat... Why are you still on the boat? Having delivered a Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I'd laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board.
I've done nothing wrong.
Well... Offspring refuge in his pocket.
Man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair.
I guess that means he's still alive. So he brought kittens with him? Cosmo's sword will talk to his last. Scientific investigation will be a gold standard for policing in the new age. We'll even have ballistic markings. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. I wish it had cut him off there. It would have been like, if you excuse me, I only have 1 second before the end of this.
The latest Randus magazine's out. I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standard ovation. Wanna hear it? Huh. Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur.
Aren't you, like, under arrest for perjury and all that?
Ah, her ladyship puts me to shame.
He's probably gonna be evil in the next one, yes. That or he is the red herring. No, Sholmes says elementary. Been busy and good girl on my daily basis, of course. Johnny, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for the... For the what? For his leg? Managing rather well in this housework, too. Got the maid business taped up, I say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize that man of the house is his own maid. And where is your wife? Oh yeah, these two.
My Raleigh's back on the beat again, all thanks to the Reaper.
Not that I enjoy more these days of hunting out small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now. Look out for Londoners, the drop down pennies. My lovely wife.
Oh, Pat. Oh, Raleigh.
With sparkly eyes. William Robbins. I'm still behind, boss. Looks like we're going to be doing time for a bit now. How long? Iris comes every day for a natter. Oh, it ain't too boring. At least she's not being put to capital punishment. All going on about these cases, what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. Look at all these things. But geez, overall guys, that took 5 hours to get through part 3 and 4 of that trial, but... Oh yes, I'm still here. I've announced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please. My only regret is that I'm dying. Get over it, bruv! Ain't like the Ash we used to know. Yeah, you got time to play a comeback of Milton and the Sulkin's milk run, right? 3 musket wuskets. Milk in the neighborhood for all it's worth. Too bad that one of them's going to put for criminal punishment.
Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. Come to realize that's what life's all about. Naruhodo, I promise. Your sister will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well.
It won't. Well, I guess we got them first because they were first. You know, we... Look at the little cat. I took a lot of captures in this case. What the? What is this? Do I have to play this part? Kazuma? I hope he doesn't slowly disappear. Voice actors? That's only me! I was the only voice actor. Now we get to actually go down the timeline. Is Kazuma gonna, like, disappear? I swear, if they just make him fall or something after we pass these guys. And we never got the finishing thing with this lady either, which means that she'll probably show up in the sequel. There's also that random rainbow clown man that shows up. That we never learn the name of or anything. Here's the moment. It's me with giant snake. Gotta appreciate that the detective shows up twice. Two outfits means two appearances. No question. But that'll be the end of our Ace Attorney adventures. So I'll be honest, oh. I mean, I'm glad he didn't fall over, but... Oh. They really just had to drive that home, didn't they? There he goes. Wouldn't it have been more fitting for him to be beside us always? Yeah, he could have been the name we didn't recognize, too. Oh, now it's gonna swap to him having the sword, because that's a different model. They never explained the glove thing he wears, though. But I hope you all enjoyed our Ace Attorney adventure. We will most likely be doing something else for a little bit before I move on to the next game. Yeah, and the armband, yeah. But I hope you all enjoyed the game in its entirety. And by really bad voice acting. See, I don't get why they say that he's short. He is fairly tall. He's almost as tall as Ryu is. It's only the hat that puts him a little bit over. Ah, I'm over here now, even though you met me on the ship. Oh, he's walking with us now. Is the cat gonna follow us? The cat's part of the family too, you know. Yeah, not like the Nosh or whoever needed the box. Box of apples. Well, Iris is here, but where's the cat? There I am. I was wondering when I would make an appearance. I'm not going to drink to you. And there's that big old smile. Is Gina gonna walk with us? Alright, guess I'll walk behind Iris then. Oh, nope, here comes Smokescreen. Hang on, just gotta give me a second. I got it loaded up and... Oh, you're gone. Alright. They didn't even give her enough time to load up her smoke grenade bomb. See how it is. Presented by Capcom! The most important part of the game. Finn. Thanks a lot for watching, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed our great adventure. And look forward to that adventure continuing at some point. Fleeting farewell awarded. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I can look at that anytime I want, but... See if it unlocks any special features. Nope. Goodbye, Kazuma. And goodbye to all of you. Thanks again so much for watching. For all your support and all the belief that you have in me, which I also have in you. But that'll be it for now. Have a good night, everybody. 'Cause I am starving. Boy, for now. Even the great detective can't figure out what stops the super credits from working, huh?